Good afternoon. How's it going? Kind of a slow start for me today, but I did stay up an egregious amount of time last 2 full days. Managed to get back on schedule though. Roughly. I mean, I meant to start by like 10, but noon or so is okay, right? That'll still let the Europeans play, hopefully. Coffee. We've got a bunch of reproductive complexes, and I think we needed those for something. I want to work on something, like, new. Like, generally, when I've been playing the last, like, week or so, last 7 sessions, I've kind of allowed other people to handle the new stuff and mostly focused on personally, like, ensuring that we have enough of the base stuff. Like, you know, iron. Or pretty much iron. Or wood, for example. Like, I've made sure to do big brick builds and big Science Pack 1 builds, and or Automation Science Pack as they're called. And so, because of that, I've been doing a bit of solo gameplay where I'm trying to, like, learn all the other stuff too, and it's got me more interested in trying to learn the new systems. I tested the save locally and got to 280 UPS. Oh, cool. Oh, that's right. You can actually use your save as a test thing on that one Factorio speed testing or, like, performance testing site, can't you? Instead of running their, like, 1000 SPM base. I think I remember reading about that. So anyway, my point is that while things like this are good and will ensure that we have lots of iron and steel, assuming that they run because we deal with the ash or borax shortage or whatever the issue is. Looks like right now it's a borax shortage. But it's I'll admit it's kind of like a scaredy cat kind of play style to not want to get into the newer stuff, and you know, I want to take whatever the next, like, task is that's complicated and try to break it down myself. These things want ash, and they don't have ash, and yet we have too much ash, I thought. Didn't we have too much ash? This thing wants all the ash. Well, where's the ash? We have a total ash count of 157,000 provided by 10 stations. That is in actual train grid. That does not count the amount of ash that's everywhere. So let me actually, while people aren't fully connected, do the find tool. Let's see where all of the ash is. Not just the stuff that's in the trains, because I bet there is a ton. Out there. So there's this much in these, and these are not, well, no, these are deposits. The deposits are going to be part of the train grid. The warehouses are likely also part of the train grid, but all this stuff, all the ash that's in, like, the non-whatever chest is going to be 18, 1K, 2K, 64,000 in wood boxes. Less than I thought, actually. We got various wooden boxes here from... Oh, and these are full. Oh, that's actually interesting. I should probably check to see which entities have full ash. This is completely full of salt, but these things can't unload because the boxes that'll take the ash are also full. So that is here. This is another way to do notes that I've, honestly, for the first time, like, just learned. I have a lot of hours of Factorio, but I didn't know you could alt-right click. When did they add that? I've used tags, right? That's like the thing where you can put this down. I've used pings, obviously, and I've used this where you could pin players to the side. But you can also just alt-right click to create things that show up over here, and I think those show up for just the player themselves, though. Like, I don't think this is a global pin, right? Ming, JWee, talk more. Can you guys see the needs export to train grid? It shows up on the map, so that makes me think maybe it does. Like, why would I see that? Well, then again, I see Domo because I've got you pinned. Yeah, it's probably just for me. Local to the player only. Yeah, that's too bad. 'Cause, I was watching some more. I'm actually trying to power through like a couple hours a night of Guard's Pyanodons playthrough that he streamed to Twitch and then uploaded to YouTube. Because I'm curious to see how he solved all his problems and all that, and I'm learning things from watching him. He's a really, really interesting player to watch, I think. Being a heavy modder and also a developer for the game, he knows a lot of little tricks and stuff. So I asked him about that, like, wait, how do you do that? Because he has little notes. He'll like when he builds something in the early game and it isn't ratioed properly, for example, but he just needs to get a little bit going. You just alt-right click and then just make a note to yourself that says bottleneck. Done. And then you can move on to the next project and work on something else. And then when you are unsure of what to work on, you click on all your bottlenecks and see, yep, okay, so there's an issue there that I could work on. Like, it's just convenient. And that he actually specifically said, like, he did not install the notes or the to-do list at the beginning of his playthrough because he was getting by just fine using personal pins. Which makes a lot of sense to me. The main advantage of the to-do list, though, for us is that it is global, and we can share jobs. I'm wondering, is there a way to add location pins to the notes? Oh, interesting. You make subtasks. I didn't know that. Drill heads for niobium mining. You can create multiple subtasks within a task. That's cool. But without a way to pin a location, it's kind of more like a general order, like, go do the thing. It'd be nice to be able to reference that this needs to be done. Although there's a caravan here, so... as a fluid outpost. Is this for pickup or for delivery? Fill self-fluid. This one is not running for some reason. Kirkovic set this up, it looks like, and forgot maybe to click play on this guy. But he's got 91 brains, so maybe he got paused. Let's check out his... there's a third one, too. He is here and chilling. So it looks like it probably got paused because who was doing the job of delivering molten salt. Except the storage tank is completely empty because it's not making more molten salt. So molten salt production that is exported is currently backed up and doing fine, but it is going to be a problem if that's the only source of molten salt. I can spell molten. Not solder. Oh. Fascinating. So molten salt is made and available, and yet it's dropped off to here. Oh no. Molten salt is used to power this hot air production, but there's a pipe here that didn't get hooked up to the train network or something. Like, The molten salt's only available here. This one thing that makes hot air. Which I have to assume is struggling to run because it can't... Actually, no, is this the primary hot air producer? I guess it's the only place that really needs it, but I still think molten salt should probably get added to an adjacent fluid storage. There's one right here. Someone wants to allow molten salt to be available elsewhere. I'm gonna go fix the ash delivery for that thing. Make sure that that doesn't break, because apparently that is really important. That's the primary... It's the only provider for molten salt for the entire hot air brick. And it's gonna get broken by something as simple as ash. I should probably take a train, at least with some of the way. Control A, I think it is. Isn't that closed cycle? Yeah, I think you're right. I think that once it is given molten salt, it just keeps on reusing the same salt forever. But you can see the argument, right? That, like, someone should just do it, because at some point in the future we'll need more hot air, and wouldn't it be convenient if the molten salt was already accessible, so you could just summon a train and not think about it? Right now it's not. Instead of doing the task later, you could just do the task now, and that's the same as doing it later, except that it will be done now. Like, doing it now is proactive and prevents future issues. Doing it later is a retroactive stack trace issue, which is what I just did to discover that this system is already broken. At some point in the future, if we rely on molten salt production just working, it will break, and I'll have to figure out why, and I'll have to go all the way out there. So rather than do it later, I'm gonna go do it now, and fix the ash exportation, and yeah, I don't know. Words. Yeah, so the pin system is wonderful for finding people, but also, this was something that, oh, look at all that seaweed out there. This is another thing that I learned from watching Ryguard that, makes a lot of sense to me, and it is that if you are trying to find a location of the base, my solution, did I mention this yesterday? I may have, actually. My solution was to, like, zoom out really far, search for it, you know, where thing, go to it, zoom back out again, find myself on the map, orient a direction vector, and then roughly run in that direction as far as I think I need to go. And then when I inevitably don't find it, repeat that process over and over again. Wouldn't it be simpler to just go to the location that you want, alt-right click, and walk at it? Shake my head. Like... The answer is yes. Yes, it'd be a lot simpler. Where'd my decomp planners go? Oh, I think I know what I did. I deleted the decomp planners because I don't like... I hate blueprints in my inventory. What I need to do is reference the decon planner that's in my blueprint book, and then it doesn't show up in my inventory instead of making a new one. Why no fit through building? I'm supposed to squeak through. No one's ever gonna see this, but it bothers me a lot. So, thanks. Alright, so we got gasoline delivered way out here into a salt mine. Makes 13 salt per second. Just goes directly into a deposit. Deposit, get rid of this and this now, is then double loadering into 2 basic oxygen furnaces. Makes stuff. There's ash pulled out of the machines, but it goes into basic boxes. I, of course, did the thing where I came all the way out here and didn't plan ahead, and I don't actually have caravans on me. Smart. It also is putting molten salt into steel chests, except not really, because this is a barreling machine. It doesn't use barrels, I think. Either that or it's failed because this got backed up. No. There is a problem with this. It's weird that a barreling machine can't use barrels, isn't it? Empty barrel cannot be smelted. Okay, but I can see the... Oh, wait. This wants barrels that are already made. Only? Is there like a different type of barreling machine for putting it into barrels? Molten salt barrel. Oh, I'll figure this out. Salt. Okay, salt is used. We appear to not have a recipe to make salt barrels. Researched yet. I'm showing gathered from. Used in as a recipe to make in an evaporator. It's used to make the niobium plate. It's used to make saline water. It's used to make molten salt, but there's no recipe unlocked that... Maybe molten salt is just not an entity that can go into barrels. Or maybe it's a bug. Which is weird, because you would assume, based on the total number of, like, things in that list that it can make, that anything that's liquid can be barreled. I'm actually gonna drop Rygaard a message and see if he knows. I just had another thought. Perhaps it's all molten fluid. So let's try, like, molten tin. Alright, figure it out. Tin plate. Oh, that's not what I want. Recipe book. Molten tin. No, molten tin has a barrel recipe. I think it's a bug. What about molten iron? Yeah. I think I actually found a bug. Double check that there's not like a special research we need for it. No, if there were... Wait, hold on. If there were research for it, then it would show up. Molten... What am I doing again? Salt. Salt and salt. Show all recipes. Is there a barrel in the future? I don't see one. I made a bug report, kind of. I guess we just leave this here as is then, because it should work someday. Maybe. I'm gonna pick up the one that was not active. This guy is paused, because I don't think he needs to have this job. And I guess I have to either run all the way back to base to get the supplies to make the actual thing, or is there some other way I can deal with this problem that's permanent? What are the things that need to happen? Makes ash so quickly. And that's why these filled up so fast. I do have a fair bit of belts. I could belt this ash back with me. That's funny. This makes 3.33 ash per second. Okay. I have a solution. I don't know if it's a good one, but we're gonna do 2 shoots. Of course, that won't work. I've got to like get used to playing with all of the tech that we have again, because I've been playing that solo run a little bit, and now I'm used to my tech. Feels weird. Like having splitters again, I don't understand. What do you mean what do you mean we can use splitters? That doesn't make sense. Why didn't you follow the path? Now I have to run slowly. Now, general rule of thumb when doing any kind of like smelting or heat-based processing of solid fuel values that I've learned is that if you're consuming, say, 15 fuel items per second, like coal or raw coal, coal dust, whatever, you're making the exact same amount in ash per second. If you have 5 inserters that are inserting, you're going to need 5 inserters that are outserting, because the ash is just 1-to-1. Makes the math a lot easier to understand, I think. And that is another thing that I learned from watching Ryguard. Easier to do than I used to think. I had assumed that, like, the ash was produced relative to the fuel values or something, but that's all irrelevant, because it is. Now, hopefully I can tie into some... Is this... Yeah, that's caravan. I'll just keep on following belts until I find an ash chute, or an ash feed. That's hopefully already tied into the system. I do not remember this part of the base. Like, I never really worked up here. Also, fluids in early game. Hi. Whoever did all of the early game fluid stuff, thank you so much. Like, God, when I first threw down the I was working on... What is the building called? The destructive distillation column. And doing some of the... which one was it? Like, it's early stuff where you're just taking, like, carbon or something. But you end up with, like, 5 different random ass products, and it's like, what do I do with all this shit? It all ends up becoming useful, but then... Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong building. I swear there's one that makes, like, no, it's this recipe. Yeah, so when you do pitch refining, it's like, okay, so I'm taking pitch and steam, and then I'm getting naphthalene and athracene, and then there's another one that's similar that gives you, like, again, 4 different outputs that, what do I do with them all? And my solution did end up working. My solution was to just use pumps. I did something like... Why are you on the wrong bar? So you have, like, the 4 different fluids, and then you just put a pump connected to one line, and then just treat it as fluid value pump, like a fluid value feed, and it worked just fine. Like, it obviously can't mix the fluids, but if it's low fuel value, high volume stuff, and you're just using like 1 or 2 machines, and it makes 3 or 4 different products that all have some fuel value, it doesn't matter what you feed into there, it'll go into the machines and they'll burn it. And I remember talking about that a couple times, and I tested it and it did work. So that's what I did. I set it all on fire. That is illegal. Surprised I had enough belt to do this. This is graphite production. 48 graphite per second, made by Spider. Does it get to the train grid? Stations that have the entity graphite. We have 2 provider stations with 4,000 graphite total. There is 1 actual station that has, it looks like, only a single built-in, made by Domo. For this massive setup to make 48 graphite a second, and it looks like there's no way for it to get to the trains. This is a really useful little thing that they did. I'm glad that it was placed. Easy reference. I should use that more. Well, let me think out loud. Option A, ignore it, walk away, pretend like I never saw it. Option B, set up a caravan and deliver it to the same warehouse that that other graphite producing station uses, and set up circuit network prioritization so that this 48 gets used. So that this build is not, like, useless and just taking up space and potentially... I don't think it takes UPS to just exist, but it is still a lot of inserters and entities and stuff. And space that is eventually probably going to become train grids. Okay, we've already decided that we're just slowly removing things. Okay, that helps. I was going to say option C is to rip it up and rebuild it into train grid. A lot more actual work, but long-term probably better. I was leaning toward option B personally, just like caravan it over so that it isn't sitting dormant, and that means that the next time we need more graphite, we don't have to, like, spend a whole day or whatever. Because it seems to me like I get one thing done a day. I spend 4 or 5 hours working on a thing, making a big block, getting it designed, getting it built, and then the day's over. And I don't want to spend a whole day building 48 graphite per second if it's already here. So I kind of, like, just, you know, putting it onto the train grid directly using caravans would not take me more than probably 5 to 10 minutes. On the bus. Ba-ba-bum. Yeah, I know graphite's starting on the train grid, but that station, that location that makes that graphite is only capable of making 9 per second, and that build that I located, that I just ran by randomly while trying to fix a ash return feed, makes 48 per second. So whenever we start needing more, it'll be useful to have 48 per second cut up, like connected up. I'm just gonna do it. You can't stop me. Can trains supply 48 per second? Hell yeah. Easily. It's just one more caravan. Not a big deal. The beasts of burden exist to work, okay? They want to help. There are helpers, and they love us. And they're sad, because they don't have any jobs. You're taking all their jobs. Need... I doubt I'm going to use fluid caravans. So... why can't I make a regular caravan outpost? Because I lack all of the stuff. Why do I have none stuff? Hate when that happens. This thing makes a very small amount of ash. It can eventually clog the loaders. That's happened to me in my solo play. Also. My solution was to put a ash collecting only inserter with a box. Very low tech, but it prevents chutes and loaders from getting blocked. At least. I just need to grab a little bit of each of this stuff. Get my resources topped off. Steel. I have no copper. Small parts. That is way too many small parts. Still can't build it. Still need glass. One would assume that we would have automated this by now. The caravan outposts, I mean. Also, I need more belt. Looks like we fully removed the belt storage here to force us to use the new mall. And I, like a pleb, walked to the old mall. Trying to find belt. Edge. It is correct. It's a good idea. I just... sad now. So that Automall blueprint you should yesterday, if you fix the invisible robot port with pyro port, it should just work. I mean, I built it for testing. Also, I need to finish this that I started yesterday. I also just wanted to show that it exists, that it is possible to make stuff like that, and that's like kind of like my inspiration, perhaps, to want to keep working on my version of it, but I don't really necessarily want to just use something that I imported from someone else's blueprint, you know? It's more for, like, debugging what's wrong with mine than it is that I want to use that. Alright, let's set up some basic hookups to this. And also, I guess since I'm here, I'll just make a ash caravan from here too, because I don't know where ash is actually ending up. What's my to the other ash thing? Did I bang enough belt to get there? Actually, yes. Okay. Well, this is done. I just have to remember to finish sending him somewhere. So let's bring this ash belt all the way down to the other ash location. Also, why is the ash belt not full? He went something a second, right? Yeah. Does not make very much, that's why. What am I doing? I need to bring the ash with me. Okay, and then we had this ash supply here that I wanted to do stuff with that I started yesterday and then totally forgot about. I made, there is an ash caravan, I just didn't put any connections into it, nice. I was trying to do the math on, like, how many of these machines we would need, but we already have that massive ash processing thing, so I don't think I need to redo this. I just need to actually hook it up to the train grid. So I can get rid of this. This can go into there, to the chute. Doesn't need to be fast. This needs to be someday. We'll check that all these things are working. Looks good. Means that these can reverse back into the deposit. Or the warehouse, rather. Don't like how belts overbuild on top of loaders. Actually, probably just manufacture this stuff and then delete it. Not quite all. Mr. Caravan Man. If I did that right, he should have a full thing of ash and he's gonna go get food. Good. I think if I have one, I'll set up 2 of these actually. Going to now. I just need to remember to actually create a caravan destination for both the ash and for the graphite. 2 outposts and that's it. Grab some extra brains. And the best thing to do then would be based on distance or efficiency, like the closest train depot that's plugged in. They don't have to go as far. But I think they'll keep up pretty much no matter what. I love the shuttle mod. It is incredibly good. On this train grid in particular. So we're going to... I see a thing there. Let's go to here. Space is not used yet, but it just needs to get plugged into power and then I can... maybe start designing it now. Caravan outpost. We don't want to interfere with the grid at all, though. In case this one gets used and needs it. Or so they can just move it if that's true. Where's my bro at? You are gonna go to here. I forgot to add the actual graphite to that thing, didn't I? Yep. Smart. The ash delivery guy. Set up some logic so we don't overfill the thing with stuff. Good beast. Because I don't need that train, actually. Mm-hmm. Taking a little bit more than 10 minutes than I said. Oh well. Hello, non-Euclidean. How are you? This time I should, you know, actually hook up the things. Would be a good idea, perhaps. Remember to prioritize the existing setups so that this doesn't break them. And now 48 graphite per second is available to the train grid until we actually rip this stuff up. Which might be in 100 hours or more, who knows. Okay, did I need to do anything else at the pickup site? This guy should be coming over to bring over the stuff now. We're putting... Why did I use loaders instead of just using a couple cranes? Yeah, no, I should go back and fix that. That's stupid. Makes sense when it's coming off of a belt, but when it's going from caravan to the train, it should absolutely be. I don't have a car. Hope you're doing great. Can a player completes factorial while using only load balancers? Load balancer. Well, you usually want your loads to be balanced. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Yeah, I was thinking maybe you mean splitters, like nothing but splitters. You don't start with the technology to do like splitters. Obviously, you just start with whatever. You could use splitters everywhere. It'd be really expensive and strange, but you could. Ah, crap. Crap. I'll just redo them. Should create a dude who is broken. Oh, that's an actual train. Why is it not letting me drive it? Weird. Okay, that guy is holding the graphite, right? One inserter, plenty. This guy is waiting on his ash, and that's another situation where I used chutes instead of just using a couple cranes. That's silly. I'm awake. Making good decisions, I promise. Drill bits. Are those complicated? Drill head? Drill head? Drill head? You mean drill heads? You must mean drill heads. Chromium, iron plate, steel plate. If we have chromium, then the Automall can build them. But for now, but you should probably put them in a brick, yeah. They're going to be used a lot. Do we have chromium? That shouldn't be in there. Oh wow, shafts are in them all. Nice. Is chromium requested? It is. It's just an icon that I'm not familiar with. I mean that is in there already. Don't see it. None of these buildings are supposed to be in this warehouse. This is from when the system was broken or when someone moved them. Like, the main depot, the main deposits, warehouses, whatever the hell they're called, are only supposed to hold raw resources. Because the logistics bots cannot, or construction bots cannot access this stuff. That's the, like, kind of the whole point. You know what would be smarter for me to spend my time doing instead of clicking on every icon? Send a wire back from the constant combinator that sets the requests for the mall depot, like central storage thing, and has a blacklist filter on a loader that just drains the main warehouse of anything that's wrong. Because it'll definitely happen again, right? Eventually there's going to be wrong stuff in here somehow. That would make sense. Yeah, we were requesting chromium, but I don't see chromium, so I'm just gonna tell the first thing to make drill heads. Emperor requests until new intermediate brick built. And then we'll just add drill head. Only problem is that it wants to build impact crushers and it can't because there's no local radars. Does this get broken? Did I turn away for 3 seconds? Is that the problem? I turned away for 3 seconds. This thing has no current task, which means that this never got set to actually craft the intermediate that this one needs, which is the local radar. I'm gonna have to babysit this thing, aren't I? To keep it running. Read the instructions, damn it! In case you missed it yesterday, I'm not trying to be an asshole if I sounded like one there. There's a hoverable thing here that tells you some information, but more importantly, I guess I should add, read the combinators, a constant. So I did a step-by-step guide to how to set this up. So you hover over this first constant combinator right here, this one. That's step 1. Open that up. This combinator is for planning the intermediates chained between the first and second assembler. As an example, bioreactor gets assembled here, but it needs a mixer, and those aren't available in the main warehouse. To prevent it from getting stuck building in the wrong order, the assembler to the right will handle that. So if you want bioreactor here, or as this just happened, if you want impact crushers here, then you set impact crusher to the first warehouse, which is controlled here, first combinator, and then you put the mixer, or whatever this thing, in this case local radar, is in the one before it. This one crafts the intermediates that this one gets that aren't available in the main deep warehouse and puts them into a box that's only available to this machine as an intermediate. If the chain gets more complex, you can see with bioreactors, I did that as an example. It wants mixer Mark 1s. This is the second assembler. This makes the mixer Mark 1 for the machine to the left, but the mixer is also going to have intermediates. It needs a washer. The third machine will build washers. The washer Mark 1 doesn't have any extra intermediate construction. All materials are available, so the chain of intermediate assisting ends. And it can go back as deep and complex as 7-8 rows, or 7 intermediate, by going through all of the machines. So now we're just held up by metallics, which is not something that's an intermediate. That's an actual problem of primary supply. Also these... There is still this problem. I think I know how this stuff's getting in here. Because we've got too many jobs assigned and the filter limit is being exceeded, and then it's dumping them into the second warehouse, and then they get pushed forward. That explains why there's so many. I don't know how to solve that problem, aside from limiting active stuff to only like 5 to 10 entities or something. I don't want to do that though. Maybe one way to handle it is the lower the production targets, the less likely it is that there are many, many things that it's supposed to be building at the same time, and therefore the less likely it is that there are, 10 different filters that it wants to try to set. Maybe that's the solution. Instead of trying to figure out how to send with a selector combinator, like only certain signals, or only 5 at a time, why don't we just try putting all of the intermediates to very low levels? And see how that works for the rest of today. Because if it's true that the intermediate is required for a something further down the chain, the second that it builds one of them, it's going to go into the box to the left of the assembler, and then immediately get grabbed and put into the machine that wants it. And if it does that, it's going to see that that happened, and then it's going to build another one. But it's not going to ever have, like, tons that it needs to make at once. I'm going to try setting all these to 2. And all of these to 2 as well. Maybe even just end up letting it be at 1. Eventually. The point of this auto assembly process is not necessarily to, like, create a big storage of all of the machines so that players can run by and just grab a whole bunch of shit they don't need. The point is that you should be building using blueprints, and if there's a big build that wants 20, I don't know, 20 filter Mark 1s, that the auto factory setup will build those for that build. It'll constantly notice that there is not at least 1 or 2 available, because the robots will grab it, take it away, and go put it in the new build, right? There'll be construction robots that are central to the train depot, will grab it out of the warehouse, take it to go place it. When that happens, this setup notices that there aren't any available to place, so it yeets them out of the storehouse. The storehouse now is empty of the items, and it's going to say, oh shit, I don't have any of the things I'm supposed to make, so I'm going to start making them. And that just cycles on endlessly. It doesn't need to have stockpiles. The more I talk about this out loud, the more I'm selling myself on the idea that all these numbers should just be 1. But I can imagine there still being a situation where, say someone places down a massive build that uses 30 different entities, all of a sudden, it might get an order to build 30 different things, and then I might still have the issue with filter settings getting overloaded. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there, if that's true. Ba-ba-ba. Steam engines shouldn't need to be made. I'm pretty sure those are part of the main grid. Yeah. Remove that one. Intermetallics is a big project right now that needs to be updated if someone is looking for something to do. Let me check chat and... Have we been ignoring research speed? I haven't been paying any attention to research in a long time. We combine multiple oil processes into one brick. Or 1 per brick. It kind of depends on how oil... I need to maybe look at this myself. It depends on how it works. Like, if you throw down a brick of 1 stage of the oil processing, is that just gonna work out of the box, or do we have to build 5 different bricks at once to make oil work? It might make more sense to make a ratioed setup that's modular, and then you could just print more of those 1 by 1 by 1 and have it work constantly while you're building one at a time. Okay, what was I doing? I was Heading back to here? No, I was heading back to add a crane to the ash. Okay, well, definitely took more than 10 minutes, like I said it would, but not that bad. Have this backwards. What has happened to all these? Why are they overloaded? Pump. The invisible entity. Seriously? Help! It's broken, I don't know why. I'm adding pumps, but I'm not sure what happened with pipeline extent. Like, where do I need to put the damn pumps to fix it? Annoying. knowing that Ryguard, like, was instrumental in the 2.0 patch, 2.0 fluid mechanics, and that even he thought that pipeline extent is a stupid mechanic, and he doesn't want it, I... I really hate it now. Just as a feature of the game, like... Fixed? Okay. I need some more coffee. Let me catch up on chat, though. For example, what I mean is instead of having one belt feeding 5 iron gear machines, you have 5 belts to 5 machines. Every belt using 2 iron plates. Some people play that way, yeah. There's nothing wrong with having... There's like 2 main schools of thought, in my opinion, on like base game Factorio or just the game itself. Like, there's people who like to do ratios. So, like, say you're making... we're playing heavily modded content, so it's hard for me to make easy comparisons. But let's say you're doing like gears. Well, the easiest example in vanilla is copper cable into green circuits. What is going on with that? Right, you can't make green circuits. It needs to be in a chip shooter. So like in vanilla, pretend this building wasn't so big. In vanilla, most people figure out pretty early on that the correct ratio is 3 things making oil into 2 machines making green circuits. And again, they're not this big, they're normally this size, but 3 to 2 is the correct ratio to make it work. So there's like that style of play where you ratio everything and you try to match the production of the machines into this. And then you build these as discrete blocks of stuff, because it's all ratioed, right? These machines provide for these machines, which provides the thing that you want. And then a completely different play style for some people is to say, I don't care about ratios. I just want to have an area that makes nothing but coil. And then I'm going to feed that down belts that are going to then go towards the machines that make other stuff. And I don't care about the ratios at all. What you're describing is sort of more like what I just mentioned, where you're just doing one machine into one machine into one machine and ignoring the ratios. It's a totally valid playstyle. The mall concept kind of functions... Sorry, the bus concept kind of functions similar to what you're describing also. It's about, I don't care what the ratios are, I just want to have every item that could be used as an intermediate on the bus. And then, every time I don't see that I have enough of that stuff, I add more to the branch that produces that stuff. Ratios be damned. The problem with Factorio is that it's a very complicated game, and sometimes it makes sense to do both. In vanilla Factorio, green circuits, absolutely you should have the ratio set up. You should pull off copper and iron, and you should make the green circuits, and then send the green circuits down the bus. You should not send down the coil. But why is complicated. It comes down to like how many different entities need the intermediate. And in vanilla Factorio, coil is not used very often outside of like green circuits and red circuits, I think. Where would you do rails in the mall? Well, okay, I want to be maybe a bit more specific about like what this auto assembling thing that I've been working on is supposed to do. The design intent for this is not to supply the player with base resources, it's to make it so that the bots always have the buildings they need to build the train bricks that we're designing. Whatever needs to be built for train bricks is supposed to go into here. And it will just handle building everything so that the robots never sit around doing nothing. When it comes to the things that you're asking about, like rails or I don't think rails should be part of the automated factory setup. It should be something built in a train brick, kind of like how, like, I kind of leverage this whole brick here for a lot more than just small parts now. This thing makes transport belt, it makes underground belt, it makes small parts, it makes all kinds of crap. Like, you could easily, there's even space still in there, just pull in some dirt and whatever else you need to make rail, and then build it in, like, this area here or something, and then just put it into a warehouse. And then have that get shipped in. Perhaps something we could do is make another drop-off spot. This drop-off spot here is for the mall requester, and that's for, like, the intermediates that are used either to go down this bus, potentially, or for the automated factory setup. But we could have a separate stop that delivers player resources or something. Or, like, bulk centralizes rail and rail signals and all that crap. But I don't think we want rail signals and rail in these warehouses, because they're not used as intermediates, nor are they likely to go. It's just we're gonna end up with too many individual items that want to come off the final warehouse. Like, this has pretty good thing, but notice how they're using only half of a belt already to try to diversify the number of products, and it's taking an entire side of this warehouse, this deposit. I also want to remind people about my original intent behind the bus. Remember how I had planned out such a huge long path for it? And I personally had envisioned train stops that would, like, a train could show up here, and then another station here, and then another station here, and it would drop off intermediates, like the alloys or whatever, the niobium stuff, and then it would get added to the bus at that point, because the machines to the left would want it. We could still do that here. We could create stations that are, like, at the top of these and feed into warehouses, and then those warehouses provide spokes of production, just like here. Or we can just do a bot grid, because we do have construction logistics spots now. And I'm a big fan of construction. These don't have power. Fixed. Sorry. You mean a bot grid, like what's going on here? Where? Oh, you started. Nice. Well, if you're just going to put every single entity into the bot grid, it's going to validate my automated factory. That's fine. If you're going to... anything that you automate in here that the automated thing is taken care of, whatever, right? It doesn't matter. It's just a never-ending thing of chasing your tail, like... You know what would be kind of cool? What if we could send a signal through a selector combinator that selects the first signal and then sends that to the machine? And then that machine auto-sets its recipe to it and removes the signal from the source signal when it does so. So then the selector sends the next one to this, and then the next one to this, then the next one to this. What if we could just, like, automatically, instead of having to manually specify every entity, it just went through all of it and just assigned one to each machine. I don't like these. Crisscrossies. Ming, you let them get all crisscrossy. There's not straight orderly lines anymore. It's all crisscrossy and gross. Ugh. Thank you for your sub, ATAF83. Funny. The only reason that I didn't do more planning with robots is, and actually the reason why I even set up this automatic producer thing is because we didn't have logistics bots, and so it does kind of invalidate it. Although you are making a lot of these things, which is going to make us have almost none resources. Are there sanity checks on this stuff? Like, why are there 113 in here? Alright, I need to leave where I am now and go to the trains. I don't know how that happened. It won't let me drive it remotely. When I click drive remotely, it, like, stops working. I'll just tell the robots to go deconstruct it. Fixed. Sorry, do you want to zoom out? How big is that factory now? And do you have construction robots? We have a few. There are 3,657 construction robots, and the base is about, you know, that big. Well, it's not fully that big, but, like, to give a sense of perspective, like, it doesn't look like much when you're zoomed out that far, but each of these train bricks, if you were to try to, like, walk, they're, it's like, they're pretty big. And then, again, when you zoom out, they're that tiny relative to each. So, I don't know. Well, how many total train bricks, I wonder, do we have now? Here's an idea. What if I search for the entity train stop? And I want entities. Get a total number of train stop counts, and I think there's usually anywhere from 3 to 5 train stops. That is not useful. I wanted to know the total entity count, not individual. How did you determine 438 stations? Can we not call PAX trains to pick us up? Yeah, you can. Default shortcuts Control J. Or sorry, yeah, Control J. To stand next to a rail. I just did it. Like, you stand near it and just Control J, and then it'll send one to you. It sent it. It said the count in there too. Oh. Well, I'm like blind, okay? You know I can't read. You fix all the wires? Not all of them. That's the most important part. The wires need to be perfect. You need to make the lines straight. And if the robots are the ones messing it up, then you gotta tell them to do it right. Also, there's no lights in this, and that bothers me. The robots are scared of the dark. They don't want to work in the dark. They demand safe working conditions. So they can see where they're going, otherwise they're gonna lead a bot revolution or something. Yeah, did you create a, what's it called? Pots, yeah, pots craft anything. Copy. This is parameterized. Checking the numbers. This one's requesting wood. Pancake, why did you just walk right over my hand? Get off. Well, by Circuit Network is requesting 1 craft worth of stuff. That's very low delivery capacity, but this is not really designed for intermediates, right? Then it wants default 50s. Useful. Uh-oh. Well, this is a problem. There are still only 50 total logistics spots, and the storage chests are over here while the bot network is over here. I think we need to refactor this a little bit, Ming, if you want to make it this compact and stuff. Like, the storage should either go in a square around the bot crafting area, or even have rows of storage chests in the middle, so that they can lessen travel time. Yeah, but even if we had 5,000 robots, they shouldn't be going from the center of the thing to a storage area that's over there, back, forth, back, forth, back, forth. They should be a lot closer, you think? You know, one thing we do have a lot of is construction robots, and I see 1,600 of the lazy fuckers. But we could just start slowly deconning them. Moving, like, logistics up here, for example. But we don't have to do it all at once. That should get them all working. Lazy bastards. I don't want to do all of it at once because then they'll stop building out train bricks. But if you notice ever that there's like no construction, like there's a lot of construction robots that are available, feel free to decon some of the storage chests. Although the problem, I guess, is that if we don't decon all of them, they might just move all the shit from one box to the other. So screw it. We don't store shit here anymore, robots. Take it somewhere up better. Why are you going north? Because they're trying to take the batteries back to home? Trying to take the batteries back to the bus? Gross. That's just silly. I take back what I said. This isn't going to actually be a very difficult job for them because compared to flying out to the super distant locations and back and forth just to place one entity, moving tons of items from right here just over to these is going to be relatively fast. They shouldn't take very long to get the whole relocation done. And it's nice how construction robots can essentially function as logistics robots for the sake of deconstruction. And we have 3,656. We have 73 times as many construction robots. The other thing I'm gonna do is grab these lights. And place the lights ahead of time so that it helps with placement of future extensions to the grid, maybe. That's not very useful. The lights can sort of function like a snap. I'm noticing that there's we're gonna want to have like rows of recharging stations. Roboports give... Interesting. They don't give any charge. Broken up into recharging stations, roboports, and construction zone extenders. And then like vanilla, the Factoriopedia. How come it's not listing the number of like charging ports on any of these? Even on the rope port, like normally it would say. If it were vanilla, it would say 4. Alright, well, I don't know if that's pointless or what, but like, to me it helps. You can snap these things around a light bulb to align with the grid. So just boop, and then there, and then there's going to be spaces in between them. Not every single one needs a light, but like, it'll keep the grid lined up, and I tried to snap it so that it leaves a 1x1 gap between the Roboport lane. And maybe we want to put like storage chests along this grid. Something like that. Arcod honey. All the stations I can see have sandcastings. I set up sandcasting production a long time ago right up here for my iron smelting, and I put the overflow onto the trains. I don't know exactly which station, but it's overflowed into one of the stations, looks like that one. And then I prioritized the delivery of processed iron ore to the train grid, so basically these two tar processing units is dedicated sandcasting production. If that's not enough, we can redesign it, but it is dedicated to the whole thinger. Yeah, I'm not sure if sandcasting makes sense to do locally or if you should import it, but I figure by importing it, that's one less fluid import, so the stations that need multiple fluids have access to more tanks. But then Talkmore added a new book that has 9 fluid inputs and 9 fluid outputs, so kinda doesn't matter as much anymore. Yeah, 6K sandcastings is an absolute ton. If I look at my massive iron smelting setup, I bet it barely uses the sandcastings. A grand total of 3 sandcastings per second to run the entire iron/steel smelting brick. So, sandcastings are very small. Didn't realize that each of these costs 3 circuits. It's not expanded this much yet. It'd be kind of nice if there was a way to say, this is a blueprint of, like, I want this here, but paused. Like, just so you could plan without necessarily having them build it all yet. We're still talking about sandcasting? I show 3K available across the 6 stations. Mall trash has 28. All of it's coming from the temporary supply base. F. Locomotive. Did you get this? The train that you summoned killed you? That's awesome. Well, there's not like a little square indicator for like where you should stand when using the train stop PAX B. Like, That would have been perhaps reasonable to include if there was a, maybe even used hazard concrete and like created like a little stand here so you don't die. But you could also just not stand on the tracks. There's an idea. The sandcasting production that we currently have, I know that people are worried. This makes 4 sandcasting per second at full production. We could, if you're worried about it, I'll just raise the limits on max storage and let it run endlessly. Like, there's plenty of space in these warehouses. And right now we're only letting in 3K each. I'll just, like, let it store 10 times as many, and that can is so far kicked down the road that we'll never run out of sandcastings. Never. I'll make the whole damn warehouse hold sandcastings. Actually, it's gonna run out of sand. Stone delivery, isn't it? Yeah, we should, for now I'll just leave that limit there, but we should probably set up a dedicated sandcasting thing next to a stone deposit. Because this is tied to the original stone from iron and gonna deplete eventually. How are the robots doing on this task? Hey Ming, where did you first set up the 50 logistics robots? Like, I want to work on making more of those. What if we just said... see what makes the stupid holes have bad connections. Okay, I want to do the thing where this right now is setting filters to kick out all of the things that are meant to be made by the auto assembly factory thing. I don't have a good word for this thing. They're intermetallics. The belts that I could steal some of. What are they called? Bum ba bum ba bum. Like, the intent I'm thinking for these is that you grab a buffer chest, and like I did, you set it to logistics. Like, I have my own personal logistics group, and then I have like a fluid handling group. So like, you grab one of these and then set it to fluid handling. Done. And then go fuck off and do stuff for a while, and then come back and then be like, okay, I need to restock. And then you just control click on the chest that's yours. And then know that it's just gonna refill your inventory of all of the stuff you want instantly. Or you can just stand here and let the logistics robots do it, but we don't have that many of them yet, so... Did I give up on the auto mall idea? I mean, I don't want to tear it down. But I spent some time thinking about it, like... Now that we have, even though it's just 50 logistics robots, like... For every one of these machines that Ming took the time to set up, like... For this thing... Power Processing Unit Mark 1. I could go through this auto assembly mall thing and, like, now purge that from the system. Which then means I can purge the intermediates that it needs from the system, etc., etc. And then it'll be more effective, and then I can have it make something else instead. But then he'll just add the something else instead also. So it's like, it does seem kind of pointless. I'm going to help the bots finish the task faster. By moving the trash closer. Decon and recon. That'll make them go a lot quicker. Okay, so let's see how the supply is doing for these things. They are wanting a lot of stuff. They want belts. Belt wants rubber. I know we had rubber. Rubber is delivered into the main buffer, but that's not accessible to logistic spots. That's the problem. I want to find two things. I wanted to make a thing that would kick out. Oh, I could just do this for now. Gonna make the bots do the bot thing. What else? Small parts. Come on. Silly. Alright, I can figure this out. So I want to do... I want to read ingredients. Yes, we already are reading ingredients from these. Reading ingredients is what's setting the requests. I want that red wire. I'm gonna want loaders into... No, not loaders. All cranes. Okay, and then those are going to go into active providers. They're going to grab from that chest based on logic. The chest logic should be if I want roboport signal. Problem is I dumped my whole inventory and there are only 50 logistic spots and they're putting this stuff everywhere. Should have remembered which chests were holding my actual stuff. Uh-oh. They're stealing our intermetallics. No. Don't take them back to the bus, you stupid, dumb robots. Ah, crap, that's the problem. We've got storage chests over here. We need to remove storage chests from the old mall. There should not be any actual storage over there now. Yeah, this is a moving day. We're just destroying everything. I can't even seem to figure out how to get electric poles I don't know where they're being stored. I can't tell. I don't think that they got added to the bot grid yet. That might be part of the problem. How come my blueprint doesn't work? Why would this not be clickable? They'll automatically fix this, right? If you manually put stuff into a logistics storage chest and it's not correct, like they want only one entity in there. Or do you have to decon planner it for them to auto sort it? Alright, whatever. I'm doing Combinator things now. I need to get into Combinator headspace. Combinator things is... I have done Combinators. For that copper cable. For that copper. Bum bum. Basically, I want to copy the logic I set up on these here. These are setting their filter based on these two. Except that these two are tied to the red wire, which I ran from all my combinators. I should be able to copy these two. Hook in the red wire, which is now the ingredients. And that creates an output signal of whatever, but I need the green wire from a roboport. Output not currently connected. I get the wires backwards. I think in this case it's supposed to be green minus red. So these are the things that it needs to build. And of the things that it needs to build, those are the three that are not available in logistics, but that it wants. So we pass those. Pass those through to these three. Anything that's in this box that is not currently available. And I want to add that to this logic too. Because if it's in this one, I want to pull it out. I think I'm okay to pass this green wire. Yeah, looks like it's red, so red here. There, yeah. We're pulling that crap out because logistics wants it. There aren't any of that in here, so... I don't like messing with other people's combinators. I think it's a bad idea, unless I'm 100% sure that it worked. And I'm not 100% sure, so I'm just going to not do that. Instead, do my own. The only thing that's not being delivered... like small parts, for example. You should have all the small parts you need, right? You don't have them. This thing's requesting 10. We just don't have enough deliveries. I will grab small parts, chuck them into the box. And it will immediately throw all of them back into its trash slots. Nice. $883 solder. Nichrome is not available. Niobium plate's not available. Gearbox is not available. But we had niobium plate, didn't we? Or did it all get turned into niobium pipe by mistake? Oh, it's there. So there's niobium plate in here. Hey Ming, if you're available, can you look at this? I was messing with your circuit, but then I didn't want to break it. You set up some logic to pull from that warehouse into the warehouse above it. Can you make sure that it pulls like more without it breaking. Like it's not pulling niobium plate. Why is it just because niobium plate's not used on the belts, or? And I have a signal here that's showing the requested items that aren't yet available. Niobium plate, gearboxes, and whatever. In the meantime, I'm gonna grab niobium plate, some of it myself, and just put it into the box, because there's not enough logistics bots to help build the logistic bots. What does niobium plate look like? Nichrome. Nichrome and gearboxes. Unfortunately, gearboxes require fluid. So, how are we handling the gearbox situation? We have 2 producers total. This one's not running because there's no fish oil. Gearbox here and gearbox here for anyone trying to follow along at home. Neither of them are running because they don't have any fish oil. Fish oil is connected. We do have 2 mods that I added a couple of days ago, and I'm not sure if I mentioned it, by the way. We have pipeline visualizer, and we also have transport belt visualizer. So if you put your mouse over any transport belt and press the G key is the default keybind, it will visualize the belt, and you can zoom out really far and still see the visualization of the belt. See that? Like, that is a incredibly useful mod. It's belt visualizer. You can also press M on it again to look at just one lane, then the other lane, then back to both. So if you're utilizing like a split belt and trying to figure out like, well, wait, where's this half going? See how like freaking awesome that mod is? And the same thing works for pipes. And I tested it. What you can do is change in your control settings your shortcut key for search for pipe. Change the visualization of your selected pipe system to the same button as whatever you end up using for belt visualizer, because you can use both for both features. Like, you can't have your mouse over a pipe and have your mouse over a belt at the same time, so they don't conflict. In my case, I'm using M for both, but if you press M for me on any pipe, it's not, I don't think, as good as the belt visualizer. But it does it a little bit differently. So see how I can still be zoomed out this far, and I can sort of see it a little bit, but what you need to look for specifically is it changes the way that the machines look when they're hooked up to pipes. They're made by 2 different people, so that's why it's different. Let me find that fish oil. There, see how if I pipe visualizer, it like grays out these 2 machines because they are connected? And if you zoom out even on the mini-map, well, that was the mini-map. Anyway, it's helpful. Now I need to backtrace why there's no fish oil. Because otherwise you gotta like hover over the pipe, but then it shows like all pipe connections. Which is annoying. Figured out why we have no fish oil. This is rotated the wrong way. But there's still no fish oil. That's because the fish render is broken here. Because... does anyone remember how this got set up? Like, we're not rendering fish. Is it because this caravan's full of meat and guts and there's no space for fish? We have 0 fish oil. The pipe was rotated intentionally to force fish oil down the other... Oh, I see. Do you want me to rotate it again then? Bum. We have 65,000 fish oil. Okay, but we have no gearbox production except for in 2 places that have no access to fish. Where can we make gear? How does this have no power? We have tons of fish oil. Just make gearboxes. Can we import fluids to the mall? And fluid requester. Alright, here's what I'm thinking, is we move this thing, that's holding nothing but flowers, so that this area here is available, and then we build a 9 fluid requester, main row, right here, and then we import fish oil, and we have a special, like, row of bought mall gearbox makers. Talkmore said request barrels. Is barrels official delivery happening? I don't want to have to search for all this stuff, you know? There's just too much shit going on. Fish oil barrels as a product. Are we making fish oil barrels as a product? No. I don't know, to me it seems a whole lot easier to just have 9 fluids delivered here permanently. And make them available to the bots and have them essentially be bust. That's a lot of freaking flowers, man. And they just go into a regular warehouse? I'm gonna do what I want. Where the hell did my warehouse go? Should have one. There it is. Okay, that thing is relocated. Now I can still ignore the rare earths, probably. It was main row, food request for X9. Oh, fish oil. Arc had turd choice. We'll need rare earths right now. Too bad, too late. Decisions were made. But we can just explore more. Also, the station appears to be weird because it doesn't actually have a drop-off spot either. Like there's an extra signal or something, but it should work, right? Without having the other one? Yeah, yep. That's a very old brick. But like look at how many freaking flowers are in that box. How silly. You might want to lower the wood requests on your main blueprint. Ming, your bot blueprint. Right now they're requesting 100 wood in every single chest, and I think it's overloading the wood supply. Yeah. So what ends up happening is say we have 3,700 wood available, and we build 37 new assembly machines, then each of those gets 100 wood each, and then we build a whole bunch more, and those machines get no wood, like say this one, this one, this one, and all the other ones are sitting with 100 wood in a box that can't help anything. Like, maybe change it to 10 wood. Shouldn't you want more than 2 gearbox assemblers anyway? Yeah, I want to import fish oil so that I can make, like... I want a lot of robots, obviously. We're close to getting them fully... I just need nichrome. There's one whole producer here. Chromium and nickel plate. Nitrogen. What if we request nitrogen, this train station, and then chromium, chromium. We have niobium. Do we have chromium? What about the turd? I'm busy. I'm trying to do logistic robots, man. Where's chromium? And also the other one. Nickel plate for sure we've got, right? Nickel plate. That's zinc. God damn it. Nickel is not complicated, okay? We don't request nickel yet. To the train bus, train mall. Not power. Are there trains bringing nickel? Yes. Alright, so we have nickel. What about, are we requesting to the train mall nichrome? We were not. Well, now we are. Are we bringing nichrome? Not yet. Ming, when you updated this, did you update it to only request a couple more items, or did you update it to request, like, anything that's not available in logistics? Like, do I need to update it again, or are we good? Okay, we have whatever that thing is. Just need nichrome. Which was this, and... No, I need chromium. Okay. We have 9 machines making chromium here that are not plugged in. That Talkmore's working on. And there are 6 that are working. That have completely loaded up this caravan. And we're delivering chromium to the bus, but we're not delivering chromium to the train network. We have some chromium. Alright, I repurposed one of the dudes that was standing around doing nothing to bring chromium plate to the bus. Or to the train mall. That means that we can make our own... Where's Talkmore? This thing wants to make This is going to make chromium. But that's not what I want. I want the chromium into niobium, I think it was. No, nichrome. Which is what? Nickel and chrome. Turd is surely the most important thing. I mean, it might be the most important thing. So if we import nitrogen, we can just make more stuff. I have a very one-track mind right now. I think you guys can probably tell. Just a little bit more rail. I've brought both of the things, nichrome and nickel plate, to the main place. I'm gonna figure out how to spell nickel. Save. You need 4 point whatever. We can run about 4 of them per the lane belt. Needs outputs. Just one inserter is plenty. we wanted more than this, we could make it quite a bit longer before it gets overloaded. We would just have to add more of these. Snap on more of them. Then the first set gets overloaded. But rather than worry about it, I could just output priority right. Nah. What I should do is have the second set not have this part here. Well, that's about one belt of nichrome. Question is, does it fit anywhere near the train mall that I can just plop it down, like say right next to us? That'd be great. Stupid flowers are in the way again. Really, one of these darn boxes has the deposits. Wait. Deposits should be part of train buildings. Alright, 6 are on the way. They were in here somewhere. I didn't see them, but the robots brought them to me. Or they are. I see them. Silly flowers. Okay, this is now my space. Don't kill me, trains. Bottom. Can I get a station built in here also? I'd only have to move some of the soil extractors. God damn it. I knew I wasn't standing on the tracks, but I thought, ah, shit, I might have stopped right before. I think I died to the concrete there. The hazard concrete killed me. Not fast enough. Damn it. These trains, man, they're ruthless. 54 of them out there trying to kill us. Oh my god, no! What? That's such horseshit. Oh, come on. I even have train, like, I have the debug thing on so that I can see where the active, like, trains are. Like, I can tell when there's a train coming. And yet I still just let it happen. Son of a bitch. Where's the arm? This time I'm not standing anywhere near the rails, so I don't have to worry. I'm totally gonna be fine. Alright, we already have a train immediately dispatched to go pick up nitrogen and to pick up fish oil. I'm gonna move the silly soil extractor set up to not take up the station. There's water running from the right somewhere. We could actually just import soil. I'm sure it's available. That's probably easier. We have an abundance of it, I think. 37. Never mind, we have absolutely none soil available. Oh. Guess that's a bad assumption on my part, sorry. Water needs to come then over to here. And the oil which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 machines. 7 times 2 is 14. It is 1 yellow bell. Uh-oh. Talk more. There's a problem. I added nitrogen to this after the fact. Why is it not working? I didn't program it using the 9... This is my first time using the 9 fluid requester. So... Looks like the outsert pump is reversed, maybe? No. A. The pump needs to be filtered as well. Right, but shouldn't that be controlled by the combinator right in front of the pump? Right in front of the storage tank, like the 4 fluid one? I just assumed that it would work. I updated the request here to 60k when the train came right away. And I updated the combinator here, but what else needs to be updated? Did you try pasting the blueprint again and setting the request fresh? No. Is that what we're supposed to do? Now? My bad. Okay, well that was enough, I think, to allow for main row quick input output. And there's just full power poles that can go away. Long-handed inserters in the way. What are you talking about? Oh, it's trying to do the output station too, right? I guess I can update this while I'm here. I'm going to be using it for production. Still no power. So I can't see where pipes are supposed to connect, apparently. Okay, any trains picking up? None. Okay, we kill all the combinators. Kill all the inserters. This is what, my third time moving all of the, frickin' flowers around? Paste those over there so I can save their instruction. Third time's the charm. Main row, brick input output. Boom. We are requesting chromium. We are also requesting nickel. Why do I not know how to spell the word nickel? Don't know. Don't believe there was anything else requested. Damn it, now I have more pistols again. Wait, if these were all set to enable disable, why did it get so darn full of crap? Oh. Right. It was 10k on 2 different warehouses, so 20k. Makes sense. Did I lose my robots when I died? I feel like I don't have robots. 2,500 robots not doing anything right now. I guess I'll just start snatching any that I see. Well, I have 50. You work for me now. This station makes flowers. Called like Rhizelius or something. Look them up, I don't know what they're called. Rhizelius. R-A-L. Also, we're going to make nichrome here, so why not? Is there going to be space for nichrome? Like, yes. Can I give you a quick tour of what's going on, what's being done at the moment? We just started trying to do bots. We have 50 logistics bots that Ming, like, handcrafted. Now I'm setting up a station to make nichrome right next to the bus, and that will make the final ingredient, I think, that we need to kickstart a bot revolution. This machine here wants to make bots. We've got everything to go mass-produce logistics bots except for gearboxes and nichrome. So I'm handling nichrome, and then gearboxes are my next thing, and they require fish oil, which I've imported right here. I'm going to run the fish oil and make a whole bunch of gearboxes like in the bot mall, and then have those gearboxes get turned into more bots, which are going to make 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 more bots. You know what I'm saying? And then we're gonna have more bots. Do we not make rail anywhere? And like, what's going on with rail? We have 4 whole machines making rail. Okay, but you realize that that rail can't be accessed by robots. It being in a box is useless if the robots want to build more rail. Funny. So I guess we just need to request rail to the main center point, right? Because we are requesting rail. There's rail here. Ah, see, we're running into the same problem. So we're requesting rail to here, to like, it gets here, but then, Ming, I need your help making this thing pull off stuff. Can I walk you through the logic here, Ming? Like, I don't get it. Like, I set it up so that anything that there's a logistics request for here, tied in from the red wire, which is only connected to one requester chest right now. But basically, I want to make it so that stuff that we need is pulled out of the final box if it's not available inside, like, the small area. So that I can then use these 3 inserter things to make it available for the network. We don't want robots flying all the way to the actual train stops. We want them to, you know, wait for it to get delivered here and then use it, but... You want me to just, should I just add trains here. Is that good enough? Rail? We want rail? I don't want to have to do it manually is the thing. Like, my thing is automatic. My thing, I'm planning on just hooking up to... possibly to every requester chest. And then sending every requester chest's requests through and saying, these are the things that are needed by the bots. If this warehouse has the things that are needed by the bots, and it then subtracts against what is available currently in logistics, and then only sends those through. So what we need, what we have minus what we need, or whatever the order is, what we need, if it's in that box, get it out of that box so that the bots can see it. I don't want to do it manually for every entity. What if I just connect your requests to my requests? These weren't set properly. Okay, but what about rail? We have 1,000 rail available, that's why. How on earth did I end up with so much freaking refined concrete? No, that's not working. That's making them want to put all that stuff into the box. Yeah, okay. That's a bad idea. Alright, let me finish making more bots. I think the biggest problem is that there's not enough bots. All of our problems will be solved with more robots. You should immediately start requesting stuff. This is for Nichrome. And for Relesius, I guess. That's enough info, whatever. You're bringing over the nickel. And what about the chromium? You probably delivered all of the chromium to the main warehouses. So set that one up first. I don't think we have a particularly large amount of chromium production yet. I'm just going to manually transfer the original shipment of chromium here. Copy these. Fits perfectly. Just as planned. Of course, I'm blocking the fluid ports, but not my problem. Oh, I only needed 6. No, I needed 8. I just did it in the wrong spot. Okay, we have nichrome coming in soon. Fully set up, ready to go. It's got everything, just need to hook up the nitrogen. I'm out of underground belt. Needs one more underground right there. That ghost. Because I had to move the electric pole. I'm short one pipe. There we go. Okay. It will all work, it just prioritizes the left, which I guess it really doesn't need to anymore. It wouldn't make any difference in the long run, but... Bot revolution soon? Yeah, this is the last thing, aside from one more thing. But it's the last thing before the one more thing. But as soon as there's some whatever into that box, we're gonna have nichrome, and that means that the bots just need gearboxes. And I brought the fish oil over here so that I can do this. It's gonna be... It'll be fine, don't worry about it. We're gonna use this top spot with bots can craft anything, and we're gonna put this here, and we're gonna say make gearbox. Which is gonna be dumb, right? Because it needs a fluid. How convenient that the very, very topmost edge of the bot area is really close by to a thing that provides fish oil, isn't it? Now I just have to double check that the gearboxes are actually going to get everything. I know we have shafts. Might also be better, Ming, to change your auto bot mall thing to request like multiple fuels, like 5 fiber, for example. Or 5 raw fiber instead of 100 wood only. Just that there's multiple ways that it can get fuel. If you're not against it, I'll just update the one in the game blueprints. Wood should generally be available, but... I'll help them out because, you know, they don't have the ability. There's not enough of them. But soon, they will have many, many friends. Okay, this is... Why is it requesting 50,000 gearboxes into the buffer chests? What? Ming, I'm not sure if this, check your setting. All of your parameterized buffers are requesting into their own buffers with a ridiculously high number. I did see shafts earlier. Thought. Yeah. Now I'm just trying to balance the supply of materials between all these machines so they all work for the same amount of time. It's like the duralumin is probably not fully balanced. Okay, we are making gearboxes. So now we just need nichrome, which should be being made. Just has not been delivered yet. We're automating them. Now I just have to set it up so that it adds them to the network. All of them. Every single one. Forever. With no restrictions. No sanity allowed. I think if I set this to negative, that it should stay empty, so there's always space. Yeah. Except I probably should have kept more than 4. Whoops. Now we need small parts. Plastic? I don't think we bring plastic to the mall. But there should be some. I shouldn't have to do this for long. I just have to prime the system by forcing a bunch of them to get made, and then we're good. Solder. I don't know that we request solder to the mall either. Train mall. Way too many engines in there. Bum 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 ba-dum. Like intermetallics is now the main shortfall to making a bunch more. And solder. If anyone has a handy amount of that on hand, or knows where to find solder, we can go nuts. We're at 57. I've only added 7, but I could have sworn I saw solder. It could have been autosave lag, maybe. Tons of machines making solder here. That is solder for circuits. Looks like there's no overflow setup on the green circuit producing area to put solder into the grid either. So if we have enough green circuits, it'd be nice if that solder could get added. Otherwise, there are 30 machines up here making solder. They put it onto the bus. And there's 22 that are making solder from molten solder. There should be, yeah, there's an output station here. So why is there no train delivering solder to the mall? Perhaps I set the wrong type of solder? We have plenty of space. There is solder. I'm just blind. Intermetallics is the only thing we need a ton of now. If you have any intermetallics on your person, chuck them into those things and let's get this bot army going. Or if they're made in bulk somewhere. $28's enough for 5 more logistics robots. Oh, what a shame. We've got 15 machines making solder into a limited chest. Like, I just removed the limit on at the bus, but it's not available to the network. Imagine if that thing had been full. We'd have so many robots. Jay-Wee was killed by a train, haha. That's like the 4th death today. happening more and more, isn't it? You died for your country. You were running to me with intermetallics. Nice. Here, I just picked up 1100. 1100 is enough for how many robots? 1100 divided by 5. A lot, right? It's a lot. I think every other supply is good. Perhaps. Ready, set, go. Boom. The army! It amasses. We also still need niobium plate, which... I believe it's been being delivered. I just... Niobium? Niobium. Batteries? Bullshit. It's not one thing, it's another thing, you know? Up to 89. I'm gonna update your game blueprints, bots craft anything. I'm fairly certain I can remember how to do it if I just paste it and then don't specify anything. Yeah, that's still enable, disable, 0. I know updating parameterized blueprints can be annoying. Instead of updating it that way, I'll just change this to 10. For now. So that it doesn't put so much wood into every single box. But I do think it should request like raw stuff and other crap. Suddenly have a bunch of gearboxes. Interesting. I think that gearboxes were less of a production shortfall problem than I thought, or they were already being made, worked on by somebody else and it came online. Pull all this stuff out, so it's not just sitting. And keep on making sure bots can have everything they need. Plastic bar shortage now. Can we get an overflow? I'll just do it with my godly tell robots what to do ability. An overflow on this plastic production if we're not using the antimony oxide. We don't have a dedicated plastic brick that I've noticed or been able to find. There's 500 plastic in a box there. Anyone near there? At the old mall. $300 some plastic in that box. $300 plastic there. Okay, that's enough of a justification to run to the old mall. I'm gonna go grab those if no one else is nearby. Ah! Train. Did not want to be the next casualty again. Moondrop Stage 2. Oh, I wanted to mention to you guys, I sure hope that we can talk about turds again. I know that people have been asking for it earlier today, mostly Princess, but, the turd that we selected for the Moondrop upgrade, we took the top option to add copper and theoretically, like, quadruple the Moondrop production. And it simplifies the recipe in the later game, which better be worth it, because in my test save, I took Moonlight, and let me show you a screenshot of what I showed Talk More about it last night. So at best, this is our production for our tier 1 Moondrop methane per second. If you're not familiar, I taught myself last night. Methane is used to create the formaldehyde, which is then used to create the... what's the F word thing that it's also called? You take the methane, then you make formaldehyde, then you make the orangish brownish colored thing, and formica. You make formica, and then the formica is involved in the processing circuit particulate board or whatever, and then that's used to make green circuits. So basically this is part of the green circuits production. And this is the turd that we selected. This is how effective the Moonlight production turd is. Just one building. 20.2 versus 1.79 methane per second. And it runs on lamps instead of costing seeds. It's like, and it makes oxygen, like a huge amount of oxygen. It blows my mind how much better the Moonlight turd is. So the only like rational argument I can come up with for why it's so much better is because the copper edition must be really powerful or something in the late game when it reduces recipe complexity or something. It damn well better, otherwise it's so bad. They're supposed to be balanced. What are you doing? gasoline deliverer. I told you to chill out because it was way too much. So yeah, I don't know what the deal is with all that, but that's a big difference in turd quality. But the thing is, okay, so in my experiment, like, instead of taking seeds to make methane, you use lamps. Lamps are easy to make because you've got glass and whatever. So it actually doesn't make it faster to grow your moondrop production because you don't have to spend any seeds to make methane to make circuits. You just keep all of your seeds to make moondrop production. So I don't even really see how it actually improves. Pound, 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 pound. Gotta hammer on shit. They're not hammering on shit. Something's wrong now in this house. And there was one more box. I picked up all of the plastic that was in random boxes. Give you the plastic right now. I'm right by the Logibots. How am I supposed to give it to you when I'm far away from you? I have to run to you and... Well, the first one that I pinged did start overflowing, and there's already 1,500 plastic in there. I think we're underutilizing overflow. Like... from builds. Most of the intermediate products that are used within train brooks should probably also be hooked up. Now they're running. And soon we're going to run out of niobium plate again. But I have a bunch. Good supply of everything. All the chromium is getting delivered to the main mall place, and chromium itself is not used. I think that was a mistake for me to bring it here. Let's stop the import. Just want the nichromium. Now it's just niobium plate. Suddenly we have 260. 261. Well, we're up to 5x what we had at the start of today's session. The bot swarm should start swarming. I'm gonna have them decon the storage chests that ended up with more than one entity in them. Did you just drop a whole bunch at once? Or, oh, construction robots? I just told the construction bots to do a lot of work. Moving, like fixing these logistic storage chests. And there's also a lot of active providers that need to do work. I'm thinking about offloading most of that work to the construction robots since we still have more than 10 times as many. And I'll just like, you know, move crap manually for a sec. Seems like we might have made too many steam engines at some point. that helps get the logistics backlog taken care of so that the freshly created like 200 plus logistics spots don't waste all of their time just moving stuff between boxes and not help by moving stuff between boxes that we care about, like getting more bots. Surprisingly, it's the soldier now. Alright, so there's clearly a problem with the way that we're bringing stuff into the mall that I need to actually fix. I need to get this logic right. There's no solder being brought into this because Ming wants me to use this. But I don't want to do it manually because that's too much work. Instead, I'm going to add to this red signal all of the things that are being requested. Which is what I'm doing here. But according to this, we have 771 solder in the network, which is nice. This one's not requesting it, but don't want. Basically, one of these boxes has 700 some solder, or a map, a box on the map somewhere does. Therefore, the logic's not working at bringing the crap over. Alright, where's this random solder box that's breaking everything? So that being a passive provider is telling the logistic network, which is all one big network, that we have solder available, and therefore we're not pulling solder out of the deposits, which is being delivered by trains. There is solder in the big deposits. It's just that because that one has some, my logic is not working to pull the solder out. Perhaps all of those warehouse, like everything on the bus, should be made into not providers. Again, like go back down to steel chests. Because it's interfering with the ability to deliver stuff to the central bot location. Princess, you're such a rebel rouser. You're the one that made us disassemble the first science setup, and then it didn't work for like 3 days. Are you advocating that we go destroy the bus? It's time. Let's do it. You're not? Okay, good. Intermetallics again. Yeah, mechanical parts got sent back to the bus when I deconstructed a logistics chest. If I had to guess, the mechanical parts box at the top of the bus is where the construction robots flew all of them back because there was an existing chest. What does mechanical parts even look like? Huh. Could have sworn there was a box that I had set up for that. The backward facing belt. Because there was originally only one machine right here making mechanical parts. It looks like it got deleted, the thing that was putting it back. So where are they putting the mechanical parts now? I saw them flying north with it. And I was confused by why they were trying to store it up north. We have a buffer chest with... Yeah, so this is a problem, perhaps. There's 1,100 there. What's up with fish oil? I delivered 45,000 right here to make gearboxes at the top here, because I don't know, I didn't know that someone had set up gearbox production somewhere. I didn't realize it was being imported successfully. That was the only place we made locomotives. I've got a couple if you want them. Like, I don't need them. I'll turn off my train building requests and... so what do we need the mechanical parts for? Where do you want them? Why are they bringing me all this concrete? I mean, I guess that's fine. Lower that down to like 1K, 6K so they fill out a little bit. We'll just throw down some bot grid assembly for locos. Use, go to the game blueprints and then use bots craft anything that Mig made. Like, I got a fish oil supply right here, so if it takes fish oil to make trains... Does it? Is that why? Doesn't make it directly, but like... Yeah, I'm grabbing fuel. I'm making fuel to get them started. Do you need more than just these ones that you're looking at, or? I had a bunch of timber, whatever it's called, lumber, logs, I meant to say. I'm noticing another slight issue with your bots can build anything setup, Ming. Bang, bang, bang. God, fucking hell. I'm fucking sick of this construction nonsense. You've got it set, your parameter sets it to a global 50 connected to logistic network, so it just assumes that any entity wants only 50. So, like, the logical thing, if I want more production for a building, like if I want twice as many trains, I would place this down and then I would place down another one. But all that does is increase the throughput. It doesn't increase the storage because we're just globally limiting everything to 50 no matter what. So I would do it maybe differently and have it check the box instead of checking the logistic network. That way you have the same effect. You have double the throughput because you got two buildings making it, but also you have double the storage. The blue detail, you know I can't read. I mean, who looks at a game blueprint and thinks, before I do this, I'm gonna read the instructions? Like, I would never do that. No one would do that. It's like, my point is I put all this gearbox production down, and now we've got all these fairly advanced resources being held. Only a small quantity, but there are some shafts, some duralumin, some titanium, etc. in each of these, because I thought it would be making gearboxes to make more robots, but they're all just sitting doing nothing because we have 50 already. I mean, it's fine. Need gearboxes. Sorry, intermetallics. How do you make intermetallics again? $339 is not as many as I want. I want more. Putting intermetalling on the grid? Ah. Ah, beautiful. Did I have good supply of stuff? Yes. Hell yeah. I'm gonna come out there with supplies then. Give me train building equipment and advanced foundries. Advanced foundries should be getting pushed into that box if they're not available, but they aren't, which means they must be in logistics somewhere. How many do you still need? Oh, already down to 4. Alright, whatever. Still coming over there to make it build faster. I want intermetallics. Look at Princess Luna just going there straight away. How did you get injured? Oh my gosh, intermetallics are so slow. 0.06 a second? Good lord. I think we might want more than that. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm here. Wanna want this train? This train doesn't have a, doesn't have an equipment thing, so it's not smart enough to go home. You gotta build a... What's it called again? Shuttle? I need some small parts. Then I'll give you this train. Shuttle. Also need steel. Apparently I need everything. I stole it. You have none. Alright, it has been upgraded to become smart. Are you doing ratios, Alil, or are we just making things? Altar Mark 1s should be easy enough. Yeah, those are just easy to add straight away to the... Can knock a few of those out pretty quick. But they're not being pushed to the grid, or were they? Looks like they were. And they were probably already sent, the robots already sent, like, to carry them out. There they are, there's 5 of them in there now. And they're gone. They're on their way, they're gonna be auto-delivered. They gotta fly quite a ways, but... What happened to my robots? They appear to be gone. Again. Okay, this makes 1.29, 1.27 intermetallics. This is able to support this whole build more than twice. But the intermetallics are importing the iron nextlet antimony special alloy. I assume that we have good supply of that. Can we just double this up a bunch? How many do you want to, like, how many more of these can we support right now though? I want robots! 0.06 a second is so few. We need so much more than that. 0.06, like 1.2 intermetallics per second lets us support basically one burner, one assembly machine making a logistics bot. Is that really all we want? Is one extra bot per second? It'll take days, years even, to get to a good number. Years upon years upon years of time. We need at least double. At least double. Our train, where we're going, our trains don't need brakes. Appear to be out of belt. Appear to be out of iron. We need brakes? No, we don't. For what? Trains don't need to slow down. They need to go faster. Think about how much faster they'd go if they stopped trying to brake all the time. I recognize that that's ironic because trains actually do go faster when they have better brakes in this game. Like, brake speed is important. But yeah, I got splitters. Here. I've been pilfering some crap from your inventory, so least I can do. Looks like the robots are finally maybe arriving with the foundries, or these smelters. Or maybe not. They're so slow. You have to travel so far, it's quite sad. I'm gonna see if I can find them. We can follow them on their journey. There's one. I found him. He's doing his best. His name is Jimmy. Oh. Oh, that's Belt. Look. There's a there's a flock. There's a flock of them. There's 3. Jimmy's going to the wrong brick. They don't really have particularly any main, like, large interest in prioritizing what we care about. They just sort of do whatever the hell they want. It's okay, the flock, here they are. The flock was actually coming to us. And I assume that the mall thing is still making more if they're needed. Nope, it's stuck on microorganisms because it wants mechanical inserters. I doubt mechanical inserters were ever requested. Funny. Well, for now, we'll add... Get that one making it for it. That doesn't work. Someone set this up to make the rock paddock. And the rock paddock requires microorganism mine, which is made here. Microorganism mine. Needs fluid mining drills. This is where it's got to be an intermediary chain. I gotta think for a sec. So if we move the rock paddock, or we leave rock paddock intact, then microorganism mine needs to get moved over to the right one. And microorganism mine wants fluid mining drills. Are fluid mining drills already made here? Yes. Okay, it should be just as simple as putting the microorganism mine in here. Remove microorganism mine from this one. Wait. Remove it from this one, but don't include these here. Which means that this one needs to make mechanical inserters. And this one should not. I feel like we're more productive with fewer people. It's possible because remember when I was talking to Rygard about the scope of like what we're trying to build, and he mentioned how, you know, he was aiming for like 1 science per hour, and he is doing fine, but like all of us have so much stuff. Like if you look at the total number of buildings we have that are go to the mini map, like the map viewer, and then over on the left there's a surfaces scroll bar. That surface is their test area. Their sandbox. Oh, I see. We've also extended it. But most of it's not working because we don't have enough of the stuff. And the stuff is because we don't have enough antimony oxide. And the antimony oxide is because there's none. It's all gone. Shit. These are mine. I'm going home. I'm gonna make more robots. I need coffee. I never made more coffee. You have too much money, so there's not enough anti-money. Hee hee hee. That's pretty funny. I overflow stole all the practice of the plastic. Where? That doesn't sound right. Alright, I can fix it. So wire the belt to the last machine. Read the last machine's working signal. And give it a value of, like, W for work. So while it's working, it will send the signal W. And wire this to say enable disable when W equals 1. Except actually wire the one behind it, not that one. So if it's working, no, I want it to stop right there. I think that's correct, isn't it? It's basically saying if it's working, then it is allowed to ferry the belt forward, and if it's not working, don't let the belt work. So that if it is truly because of the plastic is forced to stop there to give the machine access. See how the belt's pulsing only when the machine's on? I don't think it stole all the plastic, that's not the issue. But I'll wire it up to the other one too, just to guarantee it. So now in theory, it will only ever add plastic if every single machine is working. Not every machine, but like if the last machine is working. The last machine can only be working if there was enough plastic. Although there are some in the middle that aren't running. Is it just not enough plastic production? It wants 2.6. Plastic comes from these. We're creating surplus plastic. We're creating surplus plastic while not having 2 of the machines built. Those two biofactories should probably get built. Alright, let me make coffee and then I'll look at the new plastic recipes. I'm on the Force one, so wherever you're working, I'll, Oh, that's too bad. If I follow your character, it shows me where you are in the real world. It doesn't show me where you're looking in the test world. Did we ever decide to do anything with syngas? That virtuous syngas thing? Also, we have a turd to look at. There's so much to do. We have 2 unselected turds. Let me put a cup of coffee on. Ugh, I'm awake, I swear. Well, I think I did work today. Because we now have 7.3 times as many logistics spots in one session. That's a lot. And in theory, if we had enough plastic, we'd be making at least 1 more every second. But we don't have any plastic. Bum bum. Also, I forgot to get on my train. We now have a... I want the Factoriopedia, I want recipe. We have 4 different ways to make plastic bar. Should we maybe actually, yes, look at the turds first, just to make sure the turds don't affect plastic production in any way? I have no idea what arcads are. I don't think I've seen them anywhere. This is an ingredient that consumes plastic. Climate adaptive glass shell. Okay. What is a climate adaptive glass shell for? Just a turd item. Well, I'm gonna skip this one because I have no idea what that entity is all about. The incubator upgrade, a little bit more straightforward, perhaps. The manure bacterial growth process will become more productive. Same crafting time, basically the same ingredients, and then you get 50% more. I remember Zogna bacteria were a bottleneck for a long time at multiple points for Science Pack 2 or 3. But this slows the process down. Right now we need to use a lamp. We get 20 bacteria in 5 seconds. This removes the lamp, but makes it take 8 seconds. So it reduces your production of it at the cost of saving lamps. Weird. Who cares about lamps? Lamps are easy. Just add pressurized air and water. You get... looks like a range of biosamples, so it probably is effectively about 50% more. You know, it'd be funny. What happens if you, like, took this turd, but then you put lamps everywhere? Everywhere around the building. Do you think that they wouldn't grow? They cannot react. They must be grown in complete darkness. Kind of silly. making some quick meal. And I had to figure out how to set the power level on the microwave, which is way more complicated than you would expect. So it doesn't look like the 4 different ways we have to make plastic are affected by the turds. So I'm assuming you just did this, but I'm going to do it myself because it's the way I learn. So there's this one. This is the second one. Third one. Fourth one. So we can just look at rate calculator for all 4. No, that's going to sum it all together. This makes 0.67, this makes 0.67, this makes 1, this makes 1. So this is just straight from melamine? That makes 2. And 2 makes 1. Cyanic acid, ammonia. Well, let's look at, like, what is the one that's got the biggest multiplier? Because that's probably the newest tech, right? Formaldehyde and hot air. Formaldehyde's not that complicated. I don't know what this stuff is. Oh, they all unlocked at the same time. Which one of the 4 recipes were we using last? We only had the syngas or aromatics. This seems to me like a good way to do it might be in Factory Planner. Like, do Factory Planner, use the product in here, and then just set up 4 identical blocks while trying to make the same amount. If we wanted to make like 1 per second. And then we'll make this into a subfloor, and then we'll give it the stuff that it needs. If we did we would use this syngas producer, I think, with the flue gas thing. Or something related to the syngas production. We should probably consider the syngas production even though it's the old recipe, because we've got the refined syngas turret already. Yeah, I'm not sure which aromatics would be necessary, and I know how to make muddy water, that's easy. That's just, like, do a soil thing. Moss, we already make enough excess, I think, to export. The syngas we can provide with the turd recipe, which is the activated carbon thing. Just had to put that above it. Wait, no. That doesn't work. Bum. I thought we had like a way to efficiently make syngas now. Because of the turd. And the turd made more syngas than it consumed, so like why? Why is it still showing that we need more? Just like do this more. Also, 128 moss farms is wrong. That doesn't have modules. Manually put in the moss farm modules. Well, you said that we can import syngas. Let's just assume we can import those two. And, not worry about this. So just import those two, and that's the one way to do this one. Sure. It's like I can't do it all within one thing, because it's already saying it doesn't need to make any. I see. I'd have to do 4 separate. Old Chemicals and Steam is made from titanium plate and lard. I don't know if we have lard for sure, but I did see a huge amount of dead animal parts on belts, so... Also use nichrome, which I just set up production for. I think we have like 1 belt at most. It's like 12 or 14 or something nichrome a second. Titanium plate is probably easier to make. Probably the titanium plate one. Once the water temp configured, it's just water. So we don't need to do anything with this lard, it's just lard. That seems to be the end of that chain, right? So to match the same production of whatever, it does cost a lot more power. Makes byproduct steam. We import lard from the place. Oh, we still need the methanol. There's a way to make methanol using syngas, which I heard we have a lot of. That was one thing we were considering with this. If we're going to import syngas to make it this way, logically we could instead spend the syngas by mixing it with copper and zinc to make the methanol. There's too many options, but I think that one makes sense. It's an incredibly small amount of syngas, so Okay, third option, we're using hot air, which 5 a second doesn't seem like a huge amount. Formaldehyde, I feel like we must have methane production stabilized and whatever. We'll just take it from methane. The moondrop seed stuff. I assume we have fertilizer by now. From, yeah, ashes, urea, biomass blood, just like all the dead animal stuff. Like, it doesn't matter what they pick, just use either the dead fish or the dead animals to make the fertilizer, and then we're doing all that. Putting a little bit of copper. The moondrop machines need to be configured to use modules because the game doesn't expect you to use them, which is silly. The Cassian is the new thing I'm unfamiliar with. Cassian's gonna come from Cassian Pulp, stage 2. Which comes from Cassian Pulp stage 1. So it just has to go through a centrifugal pan into an evaporator. And to get Cassian Pulp 1, we're taking an agitator and Cassian mixture, which we're going to get from Corlex, which I guess is the new animal. I said at the start of this session that I wanted to like get heavily involved in the new whatever complicated thing there is, and now I see that there's a new animal, and I'm like, I don't wanna. I know what copper is. I know what you know, I know how to just import the dead lard stuff, but like figure out how to make Cassian mixture from Corlex milk. Ass. Oh, damn it. There's 2 new animals actually for next night, so they're gonna punish us. If we don't use the new animal to make the thing that we want, then we're not gonna have any science. Is that I gotcha? If we just rely on old-fashioned recipes with frickin' copper plate and moon drop seeds. Son of a bitch. That is what they did with the second science pack. Well, the one that wants melamine, we make with the only recipe that makes melamine. And then we need cyanic acid, which is just a bunch of coal. Or there's a fish hydrosilate bird thing. Or we can use the animal pee. Oh, that's convenient. Melamine wants ammonia anyway. But yeah, urea is the best way to do it. We can just use wastewater from some biological process. Like Corlex milk. It looks like there might be a way to set it up to use both. Like, so you do this where you're using Corlex milk, which is then a create wastewater. That wastewater goes towards urea. Urea then gets turned into some amount of cyanic acid and ammonia, which then gets added with water to create melamine, and then that becomes plastic. But at the same time, now we've got Corlex milk, which was what this one wanted. It was the Cassian mixture. Here, whatever. Wait, did I get it backwards? No. Wait. used. I need food. Wrong block. I thought the first two that I set up were the ones that were products I understand, and the third one was when the new animal got involved. Sometimes I just get confused by product versus input and mix things up in order. I think I may have done that here. That's why I usually put the machines down on the ground and like visualize them and put them in order, because otherwise I just can't keep it all straight. I'm having some Swedish meatballs made out of Corlax milk and lard. Disadvantage to setting it up in the factory planner is that factory planner is not multiplayer like visible. So I think it might make more sense to do our theory crafting and everything on the floor of the test world. Here, let's I suppose this is a dumb way to do it, actually. Better to use the train. And then export the parameters of that. So we don't make it too big. Ah, I almost eyeballed it. This is hard to draw a straight line. All right, I'm gonna put stuff into my test area thing, but since we're both working on it at the same time, I don't want to interfere with anything you're messing with, so I'll just make another one of these if you'd like to use it. Otherwise, feel free to do whatever you're doing. I need to eat my food. Brain don't work good without food. So I did these 4 recipes in order. This one is making 50, this one's making 60, this one's coming from Corlex milk and acid, this one's coming from Corlex milk and hydrogen chloride. The one on the left makes a little tiny bit more. But they're kind of like equal in terms of where they're at. We then take the casein mixture and we put it together with water. And that gets us some muddy sludge, which we just export. To represent that, I'm going to do pipe up into a infinity pipe with no settings so that it represents that we're voiding that fluid. But by voiding, I mean exporting. Because obviously we use wastewater for stuff. Right, muddy sludge. This one does the same thing, it creates wastewater. And we get the casein mixture out of it. Set up supply of these things. For now. This makes 5. No, it makes 6 of the stuff per second. This wants 3.33, so we're gonna need at least 2 of these machines. About 2. Set up another one. Still need the water. Obviously easy to get, so I'm not gonna think about that part. And then we're working with Bum, 6.66 times 2. Oh, it's desynced. I think that happened when I clicked. Sorry, Allele. And that runs into 4 of these. Makes me kind of want to set this up in a square, maybe. Try to keep it. I'm getting out of hand size-wise. Maybe even a straight line. Your water plus the pulp. Problem is that this way it wants both here. I think making it 4 in a row is probably better, actually. Not gonna be symmetrical. I like it. In that case, don't do the thing where they alternate. Okay, so we're now making this much stuff. My math is already off somehow. What did I miss? This makes 6. This consumes 3.3. Oh, I had 2 separate recipes, that's why. This was the 60x, this is the 50x. I got confused there. There we go. Altogether, these plus these support this, but there's a surplus, but that's not factoring in that I'm only letting it run at like 6/7, so we'll use the product rates calculator to factor that in. And I think that will be more accurate. This claims to make 0.5 a second. Rate calculator says we get 0.5 a second. Sorry, I wonder if it's because we're working in the test world, because I haven't been in here in a while. Possible that the test world is causing these things. Possible that it's just because we have a really big factory and it's getting complicated. The last time I had a little thing like this, where I'm making 6 but need 6.667, was when I did the brick build thing, and I assumed that it was not a big deal. And then suddenly my setup was overfilled with sand. Which is the opposite byproduct I expected it to be. Do we not actually have the tech for Corlex? Like, how do we get Corlex milk right now? It's red, so is there, oh, do we need to like unlock another tech like to do the recipe? Use all tits. Uses all 8 tits of Corlexes instead of the traditional 4. Do this game. This game. Did you just sync for a 3rd time? I'm sorry, Elil. We'll have to rehost. It's already 6 o'clock nearly, so I think I'm probably wrapping up in the next 15 minutes. Yeah, sorry. It's not really worth a rehost just for the rest of the session for 14 minutes. I don't know what's going on there, but oh, I see. That's why. You don't actually ever make Corlex milk. You build milk barrels. But that's why it's showing up as red in here. If I go into here and then I look at Corlex milk in the recipe book, it does not like Corlex milk because there just is no recipe for it. Got it. This makes very little stuff, but probably because it needs modules. How do I get that set up for the first time? Why does the Factoriopedia keep opening up? I am not wanting to ever be in the Factoriopedia. I'm wanting to stay in Recipe Book. But Alt-click is sometimes not doing what is actually expected. Okay, there we go. The actual math is 0.03 per second. That 0.03 is going to get used in a filled milk barrel. This thing can unmilk the barrels at 125 fluid a second, but that's based on the actual amount. Like, why is it so hard to figure out how much Corlex milk we have? Jesus. The fact that it goes into barrels is making it really hard for me to, like... Bum 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 bum. Let's just see what it would take to max out a milk station. To get 125 milk per second, we would need 84 fully built easy squeeze ranches. So So logically, we would get 1/84th of 125. I calculate 1.488 milk per second. Oh, production rate extreme will tell us. Great use case for the mod. No, I'm still showing 1.5 a second. How'd you get to 1.8? 1.8 per minute? I'm showing 1.5 per second. This machine wants 5 a second. Right, but it's 1.8 per minute of filled milk barrels, and the milk barrels have a storage capacity of, what, 50? So that times whatever, that's why I included the unbarreling, to get the actual milk. 1.5 milk per second. 1.8 barrels per minute. I think I'm right that I would need like a little over a little over 3, probably closer to 4 of these. Do all this together. With regular rate calculator. Bum bum bum. Stupid milk barrels, man. They make it hard to understand what is going on here. It might be too late in the day to try to figure this shit out. I wish I knew what the red color meant on production rates calculator. Like, it's red. I mean, it's mad. Sometimes they're red, sometimes they aren't. Is that telling you what the shortfall is? There's no description. I'm gonna go look at like my metal setup that I know I ratioed perfectly and see if I can figure out what the red means. We still have a severe borax shortage. Not completely perfectly, but... I'm too tired to figure it out. I'm gonna have to start with this fresh tomorrow. Did you do pipe weaving with your stuff here? Oh, the niobium plates, pipes? Isn't niobium valuable though? Why when you could just You could just like put it in the next row. It looks cool, but there is the rule of cool. And it is true that niobium pipes can go really, really far. Like so far. Wow. But in one way of looking at it though is that when you're only letting your niobium pipes go this far underground, you're effectively wasting like a third of the resource because you're only getting the like you're going, how do we do it? So it could go from here to here, which is 33 distance. And you're going from here to here, which is 9. Yeah. That's my only concern. That and the fact that niobium is part of making logistics robots. If I had to choose between the rule of cool and shorter, like, tinier setups that look neat and stuff, or more logistics bots, I would choose more logistics bots, but that might just be me. We have how many? 390. Are you kidding me? The only thing they don't have is small parts? I gotta go deliver some small parts. Also, I've forgotten my train for the 3rd time. Not fully ratioed niobium. We're making as much niobium plate as we can off of the available chromium and stuff, like... That's about as close as we could get, 56 machines. Just using one full belt. Aside from logistics spots, I think we should probably take it easy on niobium plate and chromium and... Oh, duralumin, titanium, whatever else is in there. Oh. Right. Sorry, you did see that I didn't get my second cup of coffee till 5 o'clock at night. So, looking at niobium and nichrome and thinking they're the same thing is perfectly on brand. They both start with the letter N, so obviously they're the same thing. That's literally how my brain processes that information. It's the N-word thing that we just recently got made that makes the thing that I want. Therefore, same entity. Quite simple. Not to be confused with any other N-words. Clearly. Y'all got any more of that solar? I gotta figure this thing out first thing tomorrow. Like, there are small amounts of ingredients available in the warehouse, like, train delivered depot thing, but it's not getting made available to logistics correctly. They're not fully auto-building things yet. And as soon as I get one entity, they're out of the others. Look at them go. Pyanodons Streamlined is an extra mod that we have that just streamlines some of the names of entities for organization's sake that Ryguard recommended. We didn't actually enable like any of the other stuff. Well, I have no idea. It looks like there's a lot of stuff. Feels like they should be making a lot. I think I just added another couple hundred, at least. These 5 machines, in theory, if they run non-stop, make exactly 1 logistic bot per second. And cost this much stuff. Only 5 of these machines making nichrome need to be working non-stop. The machines making small parts. It's just 1 machine making small parts. Wow. Alright, I'm done. 3 times in 1 day. Killed by trains. Oh my god. At this point I want to change the respawn location to the center of the frickin' mall so I don't have to run. Getting tedious. Okay, I'm gonna wrap up in a couple minutes and we'll be back tomorrow morning, hopefully earlier than noon. And I can tackle this Corlax thing. Or Princess can help. We could both figure it out. Either way. Nice seeing actual logistics spots flying around. We started the game today at noon, played for like 5-6 hours, and we've gone from $50 logistics spots to 613, 614. The only issue with my logic is that it's sending a signal to... Feels like it should be sending more than just Nichrome. Because we don't have any... We do have some that ended up in storage. I need to pull this stuff out of the main warehouse so that it's just automatic. If you brute force it, they will come. I don't know why there's so many trying to charge here. Oh my god, if I got hit by that train too, I swear. Oh. Okay, guys, I'm gonna wrap up. I'll see you first thing in the morning. Suddenly we have 750. The bot revolution can begin. See you soon.